Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Major severe weather event underway as we do have a confirmed tornado warning. Tornado warning is a little late. Tornado is already lifted. It is a rotating log cloud. So we do have some broad rotation here just to southwest of Harper and southeast of Harper, southwest of Danville. It's broadened out from what it was here just to the southwest of Harper. We had a tornado here and no warning. We also have our radar in Wichita down, which is going to be a major issue. But major hail core here. I wouldn't be surprised if they go considerable on the Park City severe thunderstorm warning down into Wichita. Excuse me. And let's take this to Wyoming, where we do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, with a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Oak Mountain, Rock River, and Hannah, and down towards Ryan River, Centennial, and Woods Landing for 70-mile-per-hour winds, non-existent hail. And back south towards Pueblo, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. While we do have this tornado warning, let's go back to it. I wouldn't be surprised if this right here tries to spin up there, just south of the original rotation. We do have a tornado watch. I'll show this in just a minute. Go pull it up. We do have this tornado warning. Tornado watch, excuse me, for the Wichita Metro, Perryton, Woodward, Enid, Stillwater, Northwest Tulsa Metro, Oklahoma City, Bartlesville, Independence, Chanute, and Winfield. These areas are now under a tornado watch with scattered gusts up to 75 miles per hour. I would like to say that may go up to over 85, and apple-sized hail. So, and again, tonight wouldn't be surprised if they do extend that more south towards like Oklahoma City, Norman, like that area there. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets some extension there. So, again, tornado warning does continue. We've had multiple spotter reports of large wall clouds and funnels with 2 tornadoes, I believe 2 tornadoes touched down. So, let's go back up here where we do have an intense hail core on the Vance Air Force Base radar. In this area here, we do see some wind moving in, so that's going to create, so in that area as well, you're going to see probably up to 70-mile-per-hour winds, and they did just considerable it. 470 in ping pong balls, I say, so 1.5-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So about what I was thinking. We do have access to traffic cams, so I'm going to try to pull up a traffic camera in Wellington. Traffic cameras. Do I not have Kansas saved? Oh, I had Kansas. Okay, there we go. Traffic cameras. There we go. They have downgraded to a regular tornado warning. We're gonna pull a radar in which a view from Wichita here. After I find a good view. Here's a live view from I-235 at 25th Street, looking southwest. We do see a lot of rain, not anything too significant. So, let's see here. I'm gonna try to pull one from right here really quickly. Okay, that's clear. Let's see if ICT is up. There is a mesoscale discussion for this area. I'm gonna take a look at it real quick. Supercell tornado is capable. Nope, ICT is still down. We haven't had information for over an hour. So, no information over an hour from ICT radar, which is Wichita. We do have multiple boundaries today. I do expect storms to develop on this boundary here. And these two boundaries are really just keeping the tornado potential alive for today. This is the boundary I'm watching really closely. And this storm is still getting its warm air from out here in Hartlesville, Tulsa, Veneta. It's moving that way. Alright, so you're still getting that ample air. The boundary is not limiting the tornado threat with this cell. We do have a late report, okay. How late would 11 minutes ago, rain wrap tornado crossed I-60 1.5 miles south of Harper. No damage evident. Again, we're now watching a new area of hooking, or an appendage starting to form off on the southern side of this. This is what we call a cycle. I do want to pull up a camera though. Nope, it's already past it. Okay, never mind. I was saying we had a good view on the Wichita State University. Rotating wall cloud. Yeah, that makes sense. I wish I could have shown it. I'm still looking for different cameras near El Dorado. Maybe I can get a view from. We do see another funnel report. So this cell again starting to cycle. Here's your original rotation. We do have a new tornado warning for Clarion and Armstrong counties in Pennsylvania. At 5:52 Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Remersburg, moving east at 10 miles an hour. Let's get a storm track. New Bethlehem, it could reach you. This should stay off to your south, but if it takes a northeast turn, it'll be near you in about 45 minutes. And thankfully this is going to stay mostly over rural areas. That looks like a farm. Make sure that is a farm before I call it a farm. It's south of Clarion. The little town of Distant is also in the path of this. That it does not register on my radar here. All right, let's go back to Kansas now. Okay, everybody, we do have really good news. We have ICT radar. ICT is back. That's your tornadic rotation just north of Wichita right there. lot of our main graphics are kind of coming in still. We just got the radar this scan. This is the first scan we have back. This was the last view of it. So thankfully, and this cell here was like this just a few hours ago. So we do thankfully have ICT radar back to provide coverage for the greater Wichita Metro. Let's take a look at the recent mesoscale discussion really quickly. Now, I do consider this a localized mesoscale discussion. This is saying, hey, this cell, which we're looking at, and they are indicating these boundaries here, which is these blue lines, these are boundaries. Locally favorable area for a couple supercell tornadoes during the next couple hours. And then we may have development here, I'd say probably in the next 30-40 minutes, up towards Woodward, Engage, Canadian, Texas, Beaver, Oklahoma. But with this also, we do see photographs, which are these extended pink, red, green, yellow lines that you see. Those are what we call holographs. It's a 2D picture of the wind. And as we kind of go into Howard and Kingman, we have a lot of curvature, a big curve in it. Sorry about that. We see a lot of curvature, but as you go south, Stillwater, you still have that good curvature. Oklahoma City, Ada, you still have that curvature, but McAllister, it's like a straight up in the lower levels, and then it kind of curves. That kind of indicates lesser, what am I trying to say? Low level shear. So, I do think that tornado threat does extend for this area here. That's where I think your tornado threat is gonna be tonight. Next did it like that. So there's that mesoscale discussion. And with this in mind, we do have a considerable flash flood warning for McPherson. Most of the rain has stopped and you guys should be good the rest of the night. But this is, again, law enforcement reporting. We only have one tornado warning. Medicine Lodge. I am watching that cell really closely. I'm going to take a look at VNX radar because that'll show a better picture. I would start saying we may see some tornadic development on this cell here soon. Let's go up to Pennsylvania, where our only tornado warning is. This will be crossing over Pennsylvania State Highway 28. here in the next 20 minutes. We are seeing that, we did see that rotation die off, which I think if we're going to see it come back here in the next 20 minutes or so. This is a cycle, multiple failed cycles with this cell. Let's focus up here on this tornado, which I do think may expire soon. Rotation's starting to get too out ahead, or what we call radar misplacement, is when you have your storm here and your rotation starts drifting away too far. Misplacement. And this is a relatively high precip storm. There is a large wall cloud, Sumner County, Kansas, and I'll show this on the storm. On this cell here, there is a large wall cloud with a very large wall cloud. I don't want to pull up another camera. Looking for a specific traffic camera. I think it's this one, yes. I do want to mention, if you guys look here, we do have an a turned over semi here on I-235 at the zoo exit. So at the zoo exit, looking to the southwest, so that would be northbound lanes, I believe. We're looking southwest, that'll be northbound lanes. We do have a overturned semi. I just heard that over the scanner. So, that is something to monitor. Several branches down up to 6 inches in diameter, no known injuries. They have extended the considerable severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball sized hails of 1.5 inch hail and 70 mile per hour winds into Butler County as well. So this does include the town of Andover, Augusta, El Dorado, Towanda, Benton, Gordon, Douglas, Rose Hill, and Leon. You guys are now in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Watching that area, this area here, for any possible tornadic development. And we do have a new tornado warning. I am watching that cell closely, but we're going to take this radar off to Colorado, where we do have a tornado warning for Ludlow. Yeah, I did see a 3-body scatter spike right there. It looks like a 3-body scatter spike. Here's your tornadic rotation, going to be moving off to the southeast. Storm track here takes it into Cokedale, 30 minutes. Sepphoris, you guys are not under this tornado warning, but it will be there 40 minutes from now. So, we do have a new tornado warning in Pennsylvania. Okay, what radar would I use? Okay. This will stay over mostly rural areas. Fulton and Bedford counties. Warfordsburg around 6:30 Eastern Daylight Time. You guys seem to be in your transit place. I'm guessing that's Warfordsburg. So, check up on our storms here. This one's starting to develop here in a mid-level, 6,000 foot, 6,266 foot high mesocyclone here that does extend a pretty good ways up towards 8,000. It is weak, however. They did cancel that tornado warning. For Clarion, and Armstrong? Did they cancel it? Yeah, they did. Yes, they did cancel it. So we're back down to 2 tornado warnings. Pretty strong rotation on the Sumner County cell. Let's go back to that cell. I mean, we have seen this cell just continue rotating. I think this is part of a low preset part of the cell. Alright, let's take a look at future radar, or HRRR, to kind of see how things might go down. This is a representation, and I'm mostly using this for the timing aspect of things. We're going to focus here on Oklahoma because this is where the threat really is. Hit to 20Z real quick. Alright, we have storms here. This is 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Storms are starting to fire off near Woodward in Texas towards Perryton and north of Woodward. And we see these cells kind of extend into a line. This part of the line here, we could see winds up to 100 miles per hour and this starts at 8 o'clock. So I do believe that tornado watch will get replaced with a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch. So a PDS, severe thunderstorm watch. And there's a lot of controversy behind the PDS severe thunderstorm watch because of the tornado threat. But I do believe the wind threat will overshadow the tornado threat by a mile. This is at 9 o'clock. This is at 10 p.m. Storms are getting into the Oklahoma City metro area. And you're still seeing strong storms in the Wichita metro. While your stronger storms are towards Osage County. Now this is a representation of what it could look like. This is not exactly what it's going to look like. This is at 11 p.m. Storms are getting into KC. 12 o'clock. Storms are starting to hit Tulsa. 1 o'clock. They're starting to get into the Muskogee County and Okmulgee counties. And then you have a strong line of storms back behind it near Woodward up towards Enid, maybe as far south as Guthrie at this time. This is 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5, 6, and then we go the day. But let's go to 18Z HRRR, because even after those storms, we do see storms develop, or what could develop, from Arkansas to, honestly, through the whole central part of the U.S., Oklahoma, that could form into some strong to severe storms as well. So, let's get back up to the Pennsylvania tornado warning. So that's what radar could look like. We'll be live till 2 a.m. probably. This is some rotation right here. This is going to stay over rural areas, so that's why we're not looking at this so much. And back over to the Ludlow. Ludlow, you guys can come out of your tornado safe place. I personally wouldn't recommend it. You're probably seeing some pretty strong hail. Cokedale, a safe place, and Trinidad, extreme north Trinidad, to north of Highway 12. If you're north of Highway 12 in Trinidad, you guys need to be in your tornado safe place. Let's go back to Wichita. We're starting to see that rotation start tightening up to the northeast of Eastboro and to the west of Andover. So that's got to be something to watch close. No, it's not. Just as that rotation forms, it's going to die. I think this is turning into a windbag from what it was earlier. Let's let this load. Let's go back to Wichita. Radar. Wonder if that radar may be down. I don't think it is. I think the data's just coming in a little slow. There we go. Medicine Lodge, you are still under a severe thunderstorm warning. So, this started as a single cell, started to rotate, produce a tornado here, produced one here, here, got tornado warned, lost its tornado warning, and now we're starting to see this become part of that line. And this is your single cell, but it's been cut off by these smaller cells out in front of it. Near Attica, that's one of those smaller cells, like right here. That cell's getting cut off by that. So, and this is kind of the progression of these boundaries. This boundary here moves to the south. And these boundaries just kind of remain stationary. So that's a cool feature you guys can see on radar. Go back to your tornado warning. Sorry about that, everyone. So, they did take Ludlow out of that tornado warning. You guys come out of your tornado safe place now. Probably around 6 o'clock is when I think we'll start seeing significant severe weather. They did extend that severe thunderstorm warning for Zendaya, Willowdale, Nashville, and Spivey in Kansas. So again, I'm looking at a lot of storm chasers. That's what I'm doing on my side screen. That's why I'm not talking. Let's go back up to Pennsylvania. I want to make sure we keep eye on both these cells. They're going to cancel that tornado warning here shortly. So, I mean, it is. Guys, take a look at my Twitter, Kelly Rose WX. You guys are going to see reposts of this storm right now. At 4:22 a.m., Wichita Airport received a wind gust of 101. And they're getting it again today, so. So. During the stream, I do want to put this disclaimer out. We're going to probably say it every 2 hours or something. There's a chance during the stream I do lose power. Don't worry, you guys have other people to look into, but there's a chance I go storm chasing. But there's a really good chance I lose power, especially if the winds hit like I think they may. There is a chance. Last time I said that, I lost it for 21 hours. Father's Day 23. And so there's that for you guys. Also, Photograph 101. This storm looks like the photograph of the area. Your photograph is elongated like that. And then earlier, you didn't have a photograph like this, so I'm not surprised. But it's the same thing. You're still seeing that same curvature. So your cells will look like your photograph, essentially. So there's that. And I think we just got a destructive tag. No, we did not. I thought we just had a destructive tag for a second. Let's go back up to Colorado though. After we take a look at ICT radar. If this area can get ahead of that boundary right there, that outflow boundary, you'll see a tornado out of it. That tears the tornado threat up. Let's go back to Sterling, Virginia. We do have a tornado warning just to the southwest of Needmore. Needmore, you guys are not under the tornado warning. I repeat, you are not under the tornado warning. This does include I-70 though. I-70 from US 522 to just the north of that. Let's go back to Colorado. Your tronic rotation has weakened. Significantly weakened. But that's your rotation right there. I do think tomorrow should get the I do think tomorrow we'll get 10% hatch risk of tornadoes, by the way. So there's that. Alright, let's go back to Wichita, where our main threat is. Wichita is now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Or Sedgwick County, you are now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be for flooding, I do believe, at 2 inches, and flash flooding is already occurring, and some more rain is going to be falling. Yeah, I thought it was 2 inches for flash flooding, considerable. So we are seeing indications on radar of up to 4.7 inch hail. This is what we call maximum expected hail size. So yeah, that may be matching up to what this report on Twitter is. Colorist WX on Twitter. So I would go with destructive here. We are seeing winds about 1,455 up to 70.5 miles per hour. This is a outflow boundary. Let me change my coloring here. This is an outflow boundary. That's why this is not producing, or that would definitely have produced by now. So, again, strong wind and damaging wind is your primary threat today. So, we only have one tornado warning now. 2. This is an extension. Again, it's going to remain over rural areas. I figured they would have canceled this rotation. It's really broad, really weak. That's why we're not looking into it as much, just because it's weak enough where I'm not too worried about what it happens to it. But I am monitoring it closely. That's why we're mostly focused here on the Wichita Metro. As the storm starts getting into Andover, things like areas like that. Watching an area south of Mayfield that may be trying to wrap up. We're seeing an RFD surge moving into that area. So that's what we're watching really closely. This is the We do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and I knew this was going to come. It was just a matter of time before they issued it. So again, we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We do have tornado warnings, but this 4-inch hail does kind of take priority over that. We do have all indications of 5-inch hail up to apple-sized hail. I definitely wouldn't doubt that we are seeing apple-sized hail as we speak in this cell. Wow. We do have a storm chaser stuck in mud. If you guys are out and about, let me put in the coordinates real quick. If you are to the south of Wellington, southwest of Wellington, or near Mayfield, Kansas, shoot me a DM on Twitter or just type in chat real quick. If you guys are near Mayfield, Kansas, and are able to get out and help a storm chaser, please let me know, and I'll give you guys the coordinates. So, there's that for you guys. We are now at destructive stages in this warning. I wouldn't be surprised if they go apple-sized hail. This is an extremely dangerous situation. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 4-inch hail. This should be flashing. So with 60-mile-per-hour winds and 4-inch hail, that's going to be really destructive and really is going to do damage. So there's that for you guys. We're now seeing indications of 3.83. They'll still keep it at 4 inches, but Mayfield, you guys really need to treat this as a tornado. Some of this hail, we don't say this a lot. Treat this as a tornado. Your tornado sirens, I don't know if they sound for hail, destructive hail, but this is going to do significant damage to sidings and could possibly go through your roof. So if you have multiple floors, go to that very first floor. If you have a basement, that's even better. Because when hail goes through things, it's going to slow down. So you're going to want to be in the lower part of the house with a helmet, mattress, something to protect your head. And it's not debris, it is big hail. And that's what makes this hail so dangerous. This is the hail that just goes through roofs and can hit you in the head. So if you have a basement, that's preferred. If you have an outside cellar, don't go there. Don't go to your outside cellar. Let's take a look at this from the VNX radar. Shows a little bit weaker. I'm still not downplaying it though. I've still got my eye on 4-inch hail probably. But it is showing indication of still destructive sized hail. So again, this is a destructive storm. We're starting to see it get ahead of that gust front here. And if it can do that, I do think that'll put down a tornado. I do want to point out that the White House did call it a full lid for the evening, indicating Trump will not make a public appearance tonight or issue further announcements. I do want to point that just came out. This is a beastly supercell we are looking at right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing that tornado threat ramp up. We had that rotation ramp up for a short time, but again it failed its cycle. These storms are living. So when a rotation dies, it usually hands off. But the rotation is dying, going south, and then trying to spin up, but it's unsuccessful. That's why you're not seeing this one go tornadic yet. I think the winds are higher than they're indicating. I think winds are about 65, not 60. So, let's take a look back at that tornado warning really quickly. Yeah, it's gonna be canceled. I would not be surprised. So that's why we're focusing on this area here in specific. Watch this little cell here. This has just started blowing up. It's a blip right now, but I do expect it to go insane tonight. I don't think I ever got to show this footage. So there is a report of 4-inch hail near Mayfield. I do want to point that out. We are seeing outbound winds screaming in this cell too. So again, that tornado threat I do think ramps up, but So, outbound winds are really streaming still. So your outbound winds, all red is outbound, away from radar. A lot of flooding reports. Vehicle stalled in water. Stalled vehicle in 4 foot of water. That's 4 foot? 4 foot of water I do think classifies under a flash flood emergency. I do believe. So there's a chance they do upgrade to a flash flood emergency. And vehicle stalled in water. So we have 3 vehicles at least stalled in water. So, I'm seeing a lot of images too of stalled vehicles. We do see that negative hail there, negative correlation coefficient. That is hail. So, this is the main cell we're watching. We are tornado warning list. I do want to point that out. They did finally cancel that tornado warning. So, they did downgrade this. I'm definitely surprised that they did a downgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, but they did. There is no tornado warnings. I do not get where, yep, there we go. Had to update it, but, so, we do not have a tornado warning. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, however. We still have this cell that I think is starting to pick up rotation. You can see right here, we're getting some tighter rotation right there. So this cell is, excuse me, this cell is that cell to watch now for the tornado potential as well. I don't want to take a look at Amarillo Tar. I am downloading this. This is something that I geek about right here. This is radar science 101 at this point. Watch these boundaries. Like, this is beautiful. I don't usually show this on stream, but when I do, it's something to type, not something to write home about, especially something like that. So, won't surprise me if we get a tornado warning near Harper and Danville here in the next few minutes. That is a cell we are watching extremely closely. So, again, we are watching this cluster of cells, these three cells, this, and this. And these are your biggest storms, or I should say your strongest storms, active right now. Again, so there was a massive explosion in Miami. while trying to get some views for you guys so I can show. Or there was an explosion, looks like a vehicular explosion in Miami. 1629 Northwest River Drive. So these are your strongest storms right now. These will move into Oklahoma. We do have the Oklahoma. Excuse me, everyone. We do have the Oklahoma blow up. Watch this. Storm's nothing. Boom. This is there. Also, watch this. This is some incredible imagery. Let's see, how many boundaries do I see? Four different boundaries, by the way. That's kind of cool. Wait, no, 5. That's its own. That's its own. That's its own. That there is its own. 5 boundaries. And my sister-in-law is texting me asking something weather related. So sorry about that, everyone. Needed to check that text. Alright, let's go back to Wichita. But I didn't check the... It is showing indication of rotating, so... we do have 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in Kansas, and these are the 2. These are the only 2 severe thunderstorm warning, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in Kansas, in the U.S. These are the only considerable. I do say considerable. 70 mile per hour winds and 1.75 inch hail. So starting to see that come out ahead of that line. So we're still seeing rotation on the cell, however it is weak. It did weaken out just a bit. So, I do have a pretty confident. A pretty high confidence that we do see a tornado warning up towards Perryton, possibly. I'm pretty confident in that prediction. I'll zoom in to kind of give you guys a better view. We'll see that tornado warning there, probably. That's how I feel we're going to see a tornado warning here in the next few minutes. That's what it might look like. I do have pretty high confidence in that. Where you got rotation. Strong rotation at that. Just 10,000 feet above the ground. And this matches with reflectivity and a hook echo, what we call the hook echo. So, that they did severe thunderstorm warn it without the tornado tag. That is something to note. But I wouldn't be surprised if it goes tornado tag. This is trying, but it's failing. So, again, this is the cell I'm watching. I don't have as much confidence in this cell as I do the... Yeah, I'm getting rid of that radar. I don't need it anymore. As I am in this cell, which just really gotten its act together here in the last few radars. In the last hour, sorry. It has really gained its speed and traction. So this is the cell I'm watching really closely. Alright, let's take a look at the latest HRRR. Or I'm going to do that real quick. See if there's anything particularly insane. Okay. Usually I don't look at HRRR like this for you guys, but this is a time where we're going to make an exception. If cells fire south of this, so right here, if cells fire here, that may stabilize the atmosphere, which would turn this into a non-significant squall line. I wouldn't be too concerned about the wind threat. But if the atmosphere can regain or bounce back, I get more concerned with that area here for damaging wind and hail. So that's an interesting. So that's interesting to look at. So there's that for you guys. I use it how you wish. Use that how you wish. Also, we have a new mesoscale discussion. I do want to point this out. This does it's on this cell here. Let me pull it up. Okay, so this is talking about our cell near Gaim and near Beaver. Intensification of an ongoing supercell is possible with an increasing risk of a supercell tornado up towards Perryton. Let me read the description on this. Intensification of an ongoing discrete supercell is possible as it continues southeastward over the next couple hours with an associated risk of supercell tornadoes. The discussion is a discrete supercell has developed over the OK Panhandle within a localized zone of surface convergence, strongly unstable inflow for the storm, and large streamwise vorticity will support the intensification of the storm as it tracks southeastward over the next couple hours. If this occurs, supercell tornadoes and large hail will both be concerns. Most probable peak tornado intensity. So let me do that better. So your most probable peak tornado intensity is 100 to 130. Your hail is from 2 to 3.5 inches, and your wind risk is 65 to 80 with this cell. So that's what we're watching really closely. I did notice that on my last look of the SPC. So they're just saying what I've been saying with this cell the whole time. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, I had to crack my neck there. My neck has been killing me. So, I'm gonna put my soda there. I'm almost done with that. I don't think that cell's going to do much anymore. I think it's going to weaken off and die near Eureka. That's how I see it right now. So, let's take a look back here on the Amarillo radar. We're getting a more defined hook echo on this cell, so this is the other cell we're watching really closely. Wichita Metro, you guys should be fine for the rest of the night. There may be additional showers to develop later, but they're going to be weaker than what you just experienced. Again, this is what we're seeing here, a big clobber mess of a storm that is providing damaging wind. And take a look at the SPC and WS. It's a new severe thunderstorm watch, which will show soon. So, again, thankfully, we haven't seen many gusts above 70-mile-per-hour winds. We have seen a few 80. Thankfully, at this time, And we should be starting to see those 80s start coming in as of 30 minutes ago. So, we are watching this one cell with a considerable tag, and this is the only one with a considerable tag. Okay. Literally, as I say that, it's considerable tagged. Okay. I hate that. This is for 1.75 inch hails, so that would be golf ball size hail. And that is indicated by maximum expected hail size. We do have an intense hail core on the Amarillo radar site. If I switch radars, I'd have better luck looking at the cell. But what do I know? .92 inch hail. We also see a 75 dBz radar tick. So that's a radar tick there. So, turn down my backlight a little bit. That way you guys can still see me. It's like that. You guys shouldn't have a problem seeing me at this point, but this is just a hailstorm. I don't think we'll see the strong winds, 2 inch hail. And I do believe that is hen egg sized hail. Hen egg sized hail, I do believe. big time damage coming out of Oxford. Looks like 62 mile per hour winds from what I'd say. Some big tree limbs down. So, that's what I'm looking at right now. We did see an Andover 80 mile per hour wind gust, by the way. I do want to point that out. So, we are just watching this one cell here for big hail. The Texas storm also has golf ball sized hail, but pin egg sized hail beats beats we are now destructive. We are now destructive again. For the hail, 2.75 inch hail. So, again, this is a storm you want to be in your lowest part of your house. If you have a basement, that's perfect. Storm cellar, don't go. Not worth. Let's take a look back at that Puritan cell. See if it looks to be it's I'm not as confident in a tornado, but it's still there and possible. It's not a big wall cloud, but there is a wall cloud with it. We do have a storm chaser on the cell. So, there's that for you guys. Jordan Hall is on this cell here. That is something to look at, but yes, Jordan Hall is on this cell. So we will have a view. So we have a view from Storm Chaser. So again, this is still a destructive severe thunderstorm. I do believe we have a three severe thunderstorm warnings in Georgia, 2 in Colorado, 1 in South Carolina, and multiple in Kansas, 1 in Oklahoma. We do have 1 destructive severe thunderstorm warning and 2 Texas severe thunderstorm warnings. So this storm's going to be moving into Hardy soon. It's going to move into northern Hardy. I'm dealing with something on my side screen right now. We are seeing significant wind in this storm here. I do believe 60, maybe up to 70 mile per hour winds in the storm. But again, that maybe a little bit over. I do think that may be a little over what's actually been on the ground. cell still has a little bit of inflow, and it's still trying, but I don't think it's quite there now. I do have ground eyes on this. I unfortunately cannot show the storm chaser. So that's a big thing here. I gotta do something really quickly. I'm working on my side screen. The wall cloud is becoming more defined. It's beautiful. Trying to do something here. So give me 1 second, guys. Hoping that tills that. We do have one considerable severe thunderstorm warning and one destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So, let's take a look at the Baltimore, Maryland. Officer shot Western District. Lawrence Street and Pennsylvania Avenue. Shot in foot. I have my thoughts about that. Let's bring this radar back south to the Lubbock radar. So this will bring us up towards Nebraska, Marsland, as we do have a tornado warning. Until 6:15 Mountain Daylight Time, weather spotter reported funnel cloud. That would be right here. Let's get a storm motion from this. This is going to be heading towards Marsland in the next few minutes. You guys need to be near a safe place. I do want to make sure I have that. Yes, I do have that correct. So So this is that cell we're watching really closely. This is tornado warning now, which kind of surprises me. But if a weather spotter reported a funnel, I want to see if it's on spotter network. Spotter network on Radar Omega is not properly loading. Not on Radar Omega. GR2. No, there is nothing on radar scope. So that was probably Skywarn. So, there you go. Let's go back south to... I'm gonna have to open another radar up. You know what? No. We do have a regular severe thunderstorm warning for Newkirk, by the way. However, we do have the the extension. No mention of a tornado. No tour possible tag, which would align with what I'm thinking about. So let's go back up here to our tornado warning, where we do have a funnel cloud. So it's not overly impressive rotation, but there is a little not ground, but surface rotation. Surface rotation, we don't. It's not the ground. So here's the ground. Let me make sure this is in frame. So here's the ground. Your rotation up here's your mid-level rotation. So this is your surface rotation. Oh, where the wall cloud is, there's some rotation, but it's not on the ground. That's what we're trying to get at. But the storm has a really big wall cloud. I wouldn't be surprised if that might try to alien ship or a mothership supercell structure soon. Very beautiful. So this cell has definitely weakened. They may drop that 20 warning if that funnel cloud goes. I think they'll drop the warning on this. So, um, let's go back to the Wichita radar here. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Newkirk, Oklahoma. This is the first severe thunderstorm warning in this part of Oklahoma, in the north central part of Oklahoma. I wouldn't be surprised if they do upgrade it, though. If that cell continues to kind of reach a little bit more southeast, I wouldn't be surprised. To see that get upgraded to considerable, or if not destructive, down here. Up towards Granola, 4-Acre, Scheidler. That's where I think it'll get upgraded. So, this is the destructive storm we're looking at. So again, this is a destructive storm. So, let's go back up to that tornado warning. Yep, okay. Let's go back up to that tornado warning. Rotation has weakened. It should be over Marsland, if there's any rotation. It did tornado warn the thing behind it, which is a smart move. So, Harrison, you guys are now under a tornado warning. Take your tornado precautions now. Enter most center part of your house in a sturdy building. Avoid windows if you're outdoors or in a mobile home. Seek shelter inside of a substantial shelter. Mobile homes and vehicles are the worst place to be during tornadoes. Those are easily lofted, and can be thrown like toys in an EF2. EF2s do completely destroy mobile homes. Not saying this is on the ground, because it's not. But, and if you don't have anywhere else to go, so you're up here, you have no place to go, you can go into a ditch. That's a last, no pun intended, that is the last ditch effort to save your life, is a ditch. No pun intended, that's how it comes out. So, investigation is needed on whether it is a landspout or a tornado south of Alliance. Okay, let's go back to Kansas here. We are still tracking this destructive storm, which I may be trying to wrap up. Unsure at this time if it's trying to wrap up or not. So, Arkansas City, you are going to get some hail. Looks like 3-inch hail is possible, so. This is again destructive. This is a destructive storm. Here soon I'm going to have to switch. Probably once we get to Scheidler, I'm going to have to transfer over to INX radar. Alright, let's move to the Amarillo radar. We do have some. They did downgrade, by the way, to a considerable. Downgrade from considerable to a regular. This is the cell we're watching that could wrap up near Lipscomb and could produce a tornado. Not imminent at this time at all. Nowhere near imminent at this time. So we do have 2 tornado warnings, both of them in Nebraska. One of them for 1 minute, and that's the Marsland storm here. Yes. No? Oh. I looked at my clock wrong. Excuse me. One for the next 11 minutes and the other for the next 26 minutes. So. A little bit of rotation on that little bubble there, or that ball there, but not too much. ICT, we do have a damage report. Large tree came down just from the info winds on a farm property at my location. We do have a dust swirl on the Booker, Texas storm, or the storm in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Moving into the Texas Panhandle now. This cell. That's what we're going, this cell. Is the Oklahoma, Texas Panhandle cell. I'm starting to get a RFD push, so. that is visible from Jordan Hall's stream. So, there's that for you guys. Go back up to the 20-hour warnings. The Booker, Texas storm is starting to get a lot more spin. I can see it in Jordan Hall's stream there. Sorry about that, everyone. Sorry about that. I had to go do something really quickly. So, So sorry about that, everyone.
Okay, I'm done.
We are watching this tornado warning cell here. Let's go back to Kansas, though. Where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for K County in Oklahoma. Keep looking at my local NWS Tulsa. Oh, I just said something I didn't mean to say, but keep looking at my local NWS for updates. See if they're jumping on board with me, and they have pretty much jumped on board with what I think. But this cell here with the inflow winds, I do believe that may be 70, 80 possibly. Inflow winds. $70 to $80 possibly there. And it's dipping like this. Not like that, it's more like that right there, continual dip down. So that would be your areas to watch for the massive inflow into this cell. The inflow. We are seeing areas that may be indicative of 80 something miles per hour on the ground. So again, this is a cell I'm watching really closely for potential tornado development soon. The question about this cell is if it can. That's the only thing we're questioning with this cell, is if it can get its act together and try to produce a tornado. Oh yeah, I was about to say, what do you mean they dropped that? We do still have one tornado warning, by the way. So let's take a look at that really quickly. There's still some rotation in it. Weak rotation. But rotation at that. So again, that's what we're looking at here is a tornado warned storm for the next 14 minutes. So this is our only tornado warning as of now. That may change later on tonight. But right now that's what we're looking at. So let's get back to Kansas here. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Grant and Kay counties as well. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning. Regular severe thunderstorm warning. So, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning south of Wichita, and we're starting to see more storms fire off. This is where I'm really concerned about possibly seeing that more damaging wind. So, kind of miscalculated that one. The new day one comes out here in a few. I don't know if I've even shown day one today. Usually we start the stream by showing day one, but I don't even think we've done that today. Okay, here's day one. This is my personal opinion. Your moderate risk gets that placement. Kind of gets that lower placement. Your enhanced gets dropped just a little bit south and east. And everything else remains same, except your enhanced again. That's my thoughts on how they treat today's SPC outlook at the 8 o'clock central update, so less than 30 minutes away. The moderate risk does include the Greater Tulsa Metro, Enid, Wichita at this time. I still think Wichita. I still think Wichita stays in that moderate risk for the stuff that is forming just to the north. That's where I get they probably continue that. Alright, let's go back here. This is the convection I think they keep that moderate risk in this area for. I'm still dealing with side screen stuff right now. It's very horrible, but I have to do it right now. So here's good news. We are tornado warning list. Yeah, I didn't doubt that was going to come here soon. You still see the tornado warning? They did cancel it, however. Again, sorry about that, everyone. So, again, I'm still doing stuff on my side screen. It's one of those things where I can't just quit. I'd love to quit that and then just focus on the weather. But So I wouldn't be surprised if they kick that wind up. It's about 70 mph wind. 2-inch hail was reported in Arkansas City, by the way. I do want to point that out. This still has tornado possible tag on it, but I'm doubting the tornado threat with this cell. This cell starting to lose some features here. So I don't think these cells will do much from here, so we're mostly focused on one particular okay, which one of these cells just got the considerable? There you go. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Give it time to update. I just said we only have one. I should stop talking when it comes to that. Oh, it's the other one. Okay, here's your considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So again, this is the, alright, let's go back. We are only 30 minutes away from the 8 o'clock update being available. So again, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings here. So these are the storms, I do believe, of the day. I do think they do jump back up. Just so west of Arkansas City as of 6 minutes ago, we did have a 3-inch hailstone report. So I do think we go from 2 to 3 inches. And that will give us, again, the destructive tag. That's where that destructive tag, I think, will get used again. I think today's more of a hail threat. Though. Alright, a new HRRR will have loaded by now. I do want to pull it up, kind of see if anything notable has happened. Or notable changes happen. No. But, okay. So this is a representation. We're already starting off inaccurate. No, we're not. This should be at 8 o'clock. We see these storms start building up. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this line will actually be a little bit more significant than this line. That's my thoughts. If this is how it plays out. HRRR has been known to kind of switch things up and around. Okay, that makes sense. HRRR isn't the most reliable model this close into the event, but it is reliable in the aspect of timing. I do see the timing part of it's really good. We're seeing really good rotation on the Lipscomb, Texas storm. So that is something to note. I had to break down, open a new radar anyways. This cell here, we are seeing really good. There's good rotation on this one via the storm chaser Jordan Hall. So let's get back up to Lubbock, Texas. Yes, where we do have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 1.75 inch hail. It should say south of downtown Lubbock, so there's chance that you do see some hail in Lubbock. Smaller hail north of 98th Street. North of that, it should be small hail. So, let's go back up to Kansas. Tennis ball sized hail is being reported as of about 4 minutes ago. As of about 4 minutes ago, tennis ball sized hail. No notes. Okay. Which would in line with radar. Which would make sense, though, if I'm being honest. I wouldn't be surprised if they kick it back up. Also, the Game 6 of the, what you call it, NHL Stanley Cup Final is on. Panthers lead 1-0 over the Oilers. GG's. Oilers, it's over. They don't have Blanchard. GG's. Just be aware of that. Yeah, I'm starting to lose my confidence in this cell. I'm starting to see it weaken off a little bit, which is good news. This cell, I don't even care to have radar for that anymore. There's no need for radar in that cell. So, also NSF Ice Chip, which is studying the hail, is in southern Kansas. I do believe so. We do have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Lynn and Lubbock County. That will continue into Woodrow, Posey, Posse, Slayton, and Ransom Canyons. And again, continuing south of the Lubbock Metro. And southern Lubbock Metro, I should say. So, there's that for you guys. Let's go back up to the Texas Panhandle, Amarillo radar. This is heading towards the town of Arnett. Here recently, after storms get into this portion of Oklahoma, they have been producing. So I wonder if that continues today. They did considerable it. For 1.75 inch hail, which makes sense. So let's go back up to Osage County, where we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for granola, Scheidler, 4 acre. And this is, as I was called out earlier, that I did expect it to go considerable about this, and I was correct. This does include Osage County, and is a new, so this is a new severe thunderstorm warning. So, this does not cause the phones to go off in any way. This doesn't. But this is, to say 70, I do believe, 70 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail. There is a large rotating wall cloud at the Hagerstown Ice and Sports Complex. By the way, it's rotating. pretty fast. So. Let's go to Lubbock. We do have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Woodrow, Slayton, and Woodrow. Puzzy. Okay, I was trying to figure out what was happening there, but I figured it out. So, I thought they went a new warning. This does not include downtown Lubbock anymore. Or South Downtown Lubbock, I should say. It does not include South Downtown Lubbock anymore. So, let's go back to Amarillo radar. WS Norman goes with a special weather statement, which is what these boxes are. So, let's go back up to Kansas, Oklahoma. Okay, I should be done off of here for now. So, we do have 5 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings and 6 regular tagged severe thunderstorm warnings. So, watching these discrete cells here, I want to take a look at mesoanalysis. Also, day 1 will be coming soon. The new day 1 wouldn't. It would not surprise me. And I said they'll kind of extend that moderate risk, but it also wouldn't surprise me to see a drop. So for them to drop it. It wouldn't surprise me if they drop it. Honestly, knowing the SPC, it would. But personally, I don't know if today's moderate risk worthy at this time. I'm gonna say that and I'm gonna be dead wrong, but I never thought today was moderate risk worthy. I think today has always been enhanced worthy, but Eh. But they're professionals, and I don't even have a degree yet, so. But kind of forecasting off of the last few moderate risk wind driven. Some, like, this one doesn't seem as significant as the one we were forecasting in Texas. So there's that for you guys as well. So I'm kind of just every so often looking to see the new updates. So this is why you see me looking off to my side screen lot, waiting for that next day 1 outlook to come through. We should have a new 0Z. HRRR. Yes, we do. Literally 0%. This is what we have from HRRR. Or the 7 p.m. HRRR. Nothing. So. So, the tornado watch still goes for the next 2 hours and 4 minutes. We are now awaiting the new day 1 outlook. That'll kind of determine if we kind of end early, I think. We're aimed to end at 2 o'clock, but if they do drop that moderate risk, that'll confirm what I thought all along. New considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Newkirk, Kildare, Call City, Hardy, Peckham, Blackwell, Brahman, and Chilocco. That's your new severe thunderstorm warning. Considerable. So considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So this is starting to get into Osage County. Granola, you guys are now being impacted by the storm. They kept the moderate risk. Honestly, kind of surprised me there. They brought it south of Wichita, so Wichita, you're no longer under the moderate risk. I'll show this when it comes out on the main SPC. The moderate risk does include Woodward still, so. The outlooks kind of make me question the legitimacy, but they did not move it. They did move it more into Tulsa, but that's that. They did barely extend it. We're still waiting on that to translate into the main store prediction center. We're still waiting for that. Then I'll show it to you guys. So we are waiting here on the That's what we're looking at here. We're still waiting for the I said if it goes towards our net, it's producing. There you go. New tornado warning, by the way. Let's let it load, and we should have it. No? So we do have this tornado warning still. Pretty strong rotation right here on the cell. Let's get a storm track on it. It's going to be moving towards Crawford in 30 minutes. Roll 35 minutes. Up towards Strong City in the next hour. So, we do have this one tornado warning, and this is it. I'm trying to pull up a graphic, but I can't find the graphic. There is a large tornado visible in rain, and that is as of 3 minutes ago, so we do have a confirmed tornado per spotter network. So if you guys can't view it now, we're gonna have issues. Why can I still not view the latest day 1? It has been 14 minutes. Okay, at this point it doesn't matter, it's confirmed tornado. I wouldn't put it past maybe a strong tornado. So this again is a tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warning, Wichita Metro, by the way. Okay, that day one should have loaded now. I quit for you guys. I do believe it's on the ground. It's got a donut hole. So this may be a tornado on the ground. We have normalized rotation, a little bit spiked here. So that to me again, there's a lot of factors. Being this far from radar, there's a lot of factors that kind of call out to me with that kind of tell me, hey, this is probably on the ground. Um, So, there we go. It looks like that rotation is kind of disorganized. Again, we are moving further away from the radar than I'd personally like to be. Not much I can do about that. I want to see if it's better on one of the FDR, which I know it's not, VNX or TLX radar. Before I switch over to that for you guys. I am looking approximately, give me 1 second, on the VNX radar, 11,000 feet. They did confirm it, so that would be online with what I'm thinking. No way it's radar. Broadcast media, probably News 9. We are looking approximately 11,000 feet, and we're seeing strong rotation. And usually in the higher atmosphere, that rotation spinning crazy, it sometimes can transpire to the ground. You'll see it spin down, and that may be indicating we may see signal for a strong tornado soon. Okay. Apparently, and this is also viewable on TLX, which is further 17,000 feet on the lowest tilt. Crazy rotation. So, if that is the case, I've got that feeling that this may be a strong tornado. I personally think this is a strong tornado. But before I say it, go crazy with it, I'm going to Yeah, that right there is concerning. We need a radar right in this area, like near Tologa. That'd be amazing. This might be tornado of the day. Shear rate still looks impressive. Hail's there. This storm has tops of 50,000 feet. At one point was at 60,000 feet. 59,000 feet. We're seeing storms fire off, and this is what ARRR was showing. Storms fire off here, and I do think this is your main tornado threat right here. Let's see where that tornado is tracking. That would be your storm track right there, according to normalized rotation. Never mind. It's rain wrapped and you can barely see it, but we do have a tornado to the south of our net. Alright, I'm going to take a look at SPC mesoanalysis. We'll have to switch radars near No Cordell, but that'll be cool. So, definitely a dangerous situation here. So, this is a reported tornado per broadcast media. I'm curious if one of the weather radars are on this. One of the dowels. Rex pole is not. PX 1000 is not in BS1. No. Okay. We're trying to get Doppler on wheels because I do believe they are out here. Trying to get any so yes, they downgraded it. They're currently there. You're not seeing much from it right now. It also looks like your rotation has weakened as well a bit, which would really be good news. So, we did at one point have a confirmed tornado. They did extend that severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, I'm in a new mesoscale discuss. Oh. Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I've got something I really got to do really quickly. Sorry about that, everyone. Had to do something. I just happened to be put into a mesoscale discussion. Sorry, barely out of one, but a new tornado warning, and this will take it towards more wood. More wood, get ready. So here comes that tornado threat. We're going to turn on watches so you guys can see. This is where the watches are. There's a mesoscale discussion for this area here. Sorry. For this area here. Stating, hey, we're going to issue a new tornado watch by 10 o'clock. And that's what the yellow is a tornado watch. So oh, that's what that is. I need to make sure county is not under that tornado watch. Okay, it's not yet. I'm going to take a look at SPC meso analysis, and I'm going to show this to you guys. I want to show. Let's go to multi-field. Oh, I went ML Cape, didn't I? Surface. Okay. So blue lines are vorticity. Let's zoom in onto this. Blue lines are your vorticity. We have a ton of vorticity in this area. However, these red lines is 3 Cape, and you're not seeing a lot of 3 Cape. You're only seeing 25. Usually 50 is enough for tornado. We sometimes shear can overplay it, and vorticity, and that's where that tornado threat came from. Is right there. So that's where that comes in. I do make, so this is our first stream where I'm predicting what a tornado watch will look like. So you guys are gonna kind of see what I think. I hope this doesn't lag up the stream. Here's what it might look like. Like that. That's what the tornado watch may look like, is that right there. I don't want to show it too long, but So the storm is still spinning. It's not as intense as it was months ago, but it is still intense. Sorry guys. No, wrong screen. There we go. So this is your only 2 tornado warnings. We had a few tornado warnings here and there, but this is your only tornado warning. Only 2 tornado warnings, excuse me. Has the new SPC Day 1 ever came in yet? There. Okay. Again, your damaging wind threat remains in here. 45 sig wind threat here. That is a moderate risk of severe weather. Your greatest hail threat is in this area. Your greatest significant hail threat is there. And your greatest wind threat is in that red moderate risk. So there's that for you guys. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the Wichita Metro. Let's take a look at that. This is for 70 mile per hour winds on 1.75 inch hail. So, alright, let's go back to the radar on the tornado warning. Thank God that's clean air. So, it's weak rotation, but still definitely rotating. This cell, I don't think will do anything. This boundary right here. They did drop a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, I'm still in dual screen. Oh, it's my bad, guys. So, they dropped the tornado warnings and have replaced it with a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Custer, Dewey, Ellis, and Roger Mills counties for 80-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball sized hail. Remain alert for a possible tornado. I wouldn't be surprised if they reissue the tornado warnings. I think they're just coming out a little late. They have not reissued that tornado warning, and it's kind of surprised me, kind of doesn't. Knowing how the NWS Norman is, they would have already extended it. So that's what surprises me here. So, I do want to mention that this cell is starting to rotate as well, so. But this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, let's go back up to... So, let's go back to the Wichita storm here, which is producing the 70-mile-per-hour winds there. And we also have 70-mile-per-hour winds coming from INX radar in Tulsa as a... 70-mile-per-hour winds on 1.75-inch hail from the So, again, let's go back up to the destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Advanced AFB. We're on the Advanced AFB radar. So, destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So again, they did have this one confirmed. Sorry, I didn't see your chat. I'm having to look on my side screen a lot. They did drop that tornado warning, and I do believe that is a good thing to do here. So sorry about that. Things got a little intense on my server, so I'm sorry about that. The strongest storm is right here in Leedy. Also, Osage County, destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So that would take as well. And that is heading towards Tulsa Metro. Oh, I had hamburgers for dinner. Hamburgers and french fries. It's quick and effective because I was busy working half the day, so... so I just made something quick. I think my server has settled down enough. I can start paying attention to radar again. That's cool. I have some friends in the path of this cell. Barnstall, you guys need to go ahead and treat this as a tornado at this point. This is 80 mile per hour winds that can do significant damage. If you are in a mobile home, you need to be in your innermost inner part of your house. I'm gonna text my friend really quick, let her know, hey, you got a destructive storm coming your way. So give me 1 second. Hey, you're welcome. We are seeing 80-mile-per-hour winds on the backside of this. Yeah, if they're in the Tulsa Metro, Collinsville, Wausau, Spalpa, Jinx. Oh, I gotta take this phone call. This is that person. I want to make sure that they are aware. Hey, this isn't something to mess around. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. I want to make sure they knew without giving away their full address. But this comes up towards Sand Springs as well, so if it can hold, that's where it's going. Let's get a storm track on the most significant winds. Power outage. This will be near Tulsa in about an hour, so this again is a destructive storm. Let's go back over to the formerly tornado warned cell near Leedy, which is destructive for the hail. No, excuse me, for the wind. It was destructive for hail. They did go for the wind destructive tag, which I agree with. So, I am going to attempt to get a visual on this cell. I don't know if I'm going to be able to provide a visual. I don't know if there's any good traffic cameras near Leedy. Cameras. No, there are no cameras in this part of the area. Okay. We'll go and take a look. They have downgraded to destructive on that cell. See if we have anything up towards Pawhuska, which I don't think we do. No. Closest is going to be in Tulsa, so we're going to have to watch Tulsa really closely. When it gets up towards there, we'll have a good view on it, kind of see the conditions on it. We have a gust front. Excuse me, everyone. Sorry about that. We do have a gust front, though. So that's driving some of that wind a little ahead of that cell as well. So, as we get closer to Tulsa, I think it'll be What program do I use? I personally use GR2 Analyst. It's $250 one-time purchase. Weatherwise is a good app. It's free. There are some features that you have to pay for, but the free is like really good for people who aren't into the weather like I am, but are still know how to use basic velocity, correlation coefficient, and reflectivity. And it has some more advanced products as well. And then radar scope, which I use when I'm out storm chasing. I think that is $8.99. I purchased that a long time ago. I think it's like $8.99 one time, and then there's upgrades to it. I have tier 1 on there because tier 2 really doesn't make sense for me. And then Radar Omega, I don't recommend, but I will throw that out there. Same thing, $8.99 one-time purchase. And then there's upgrades. We're starting to see it come into Tulsa, Barnsdall, Tulsa in an hour. We do have this gust front, so this is going to be pushing some strong winds out behind it. It's going to be pushing them in. Gust front is that, it's going to be strong winds. And then you'll have your stronger winds with velocity showing pockets. Multiple pockets here. Got one pocket near Pawhuska, southeast Pawhuska, northwest Nelagani, and then some deep pockets west of Barnsdall. We're seeing some pockets of 60, 70, maybe upwards just to 80 mile per hour at times. Over here, we're going to move this one up to Sedgwick County because those storms are really insane. Then we'll take a look at New Mexico, Colfax County, where we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, May 6, 2024, an EF4 tore through parts of Barnsdall. I remember that clearly. That was a big day for me. So yeah, I remember that. Some hail in this area here, moving into the Wichita. It's currently in West Wichita, moving into Oak Lawn, downtown Wichita, and it'll make its way towards Andover and Rose Hill, which are not under the warnings yet, but you guys be prepared. Alright, let's bring this radar I'm going to bring this radar to New Mexico, where we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning on radar hole. Clayton is like the... Wait, what? I just want to make sure that I'm not mistaking AMX is closer to this. Okay, no, that's right. It's a boundary right here, by the way. This fine line is a boundary. That's a outflow boundary. Quick memory. I'm used to covering this exact spot because I've done it countless times. Even when I'm not covering it, I know a lot of these places like the back of my hand because of looking at radar so many hours a day. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 1.75 mile per hour, not wind, 1.75 inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts at 8:05 Mountain Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm was located near Samarin or 16 miles northwest of Springer, moving southeast at 30 mile per hour, golf ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds to hit a storm track. Thank you, Matt. That means a lot. This will be in Springer in about 32 minutes, 33 minutes. We're looking 15,000 feet, so the storm may be a little bit wider at the kind of lower levels. Springer, not 32 minutes, 25, 26 minutes for Springer. Alright, let's go back to Washington County, Oklahoma. It's going to be moving towards Avant now. Avant, you're about to see that gust front in the next minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes at max. And then some of your stronger winds have kind of came down. Certainly good news. You got a pocket here and a pocket here of strong winds. There is also a pocket just moving into Oshaleta up towards Bartlesville as well, and that is considerable warned. This is the only part of the storm. This dark yellow is that destructive tag. Oh, storm. And I do want to point out, your tornado threat with this is not there. The only way you get a tornado is if this gust front gets swept up by this line and that line gets out ahead of it, then you could possibly see a tornado. They did downgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So 70 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So the hail has also come down from what it was when it was destructive. I think it was a golf ball. No, it's always okay. At some point it was a golf ball. Oh yeah, this one, golf ball. This part of the storm coming into Bartlesville is producing the golf ball hail. It's maximum expected hail size. We are seeing indications of possibly up to 2 inches in these areas. 2.49 is being indicated by radar. I would go as far to say hen egg sized hail. So that might get that upgraded. You can see these deep pinks. That is the hail. Alright, let's move back to Custer and Dewey counties. Okay, at some point I'm going to have to switch radars to TLX. We're starting to move out of that destructive storm, so this destructive storm got, okay, 25 seconds, quite literally. It's about to disappear off the map, by the way. There we go. We are no longer at considerable levels for the storm. They have allowed the destructive, they have allowed the destructive to expire. Now I'm checking to make sure I'm right about TLX being starting to get into proximity. Near Watonga. Watonga is when we'll switch over to TLX radar. Actually closer to Faye. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning up here near Alva, Cherokee, Lambert, and Tacoma. Little pocket of 77 mile per hour winds, about 11,000 feet up. Oh, sorry, 1,000 feet. Oh, there we go. I was trying to figure out, wait, what? 77. So that might get an upgrade, but I highly doubt it. 1,000 feet, that's probably 65 to 67 most of the time. That'd be 65, 67 on the ground. Also, I'm watching my location because I do feel like here in the next few I'll be in a tornado watch. What was this? Okay. And there you go though. What introduced me to meteorology? I've been interested in it since I was 5. I was always scared of thunderstorms. My mom taught me about them, and I kind of got curious, so I did a lot of research into them. What little research I did as a 6-year-old. And from there, I just kind of started building onto it, and it just became more apparent that this was cool. And about, I was 14, I think, I started streaming. So, and I storm chase, so I locally chase, but you know, that's the best. Yeah, that's what introduced me to meteorology. It's just being taught what storms were and how they worked. Kind of piqued my. Yeah, actually, I'm applying for OU. Here in the next few months, I'll be applying to OU. So, yes, I am going to pursue I'm going to go for my undergrad in person, and then take my master's and hopefully my PhD online. I'm aiming for that PhD. Still seeing some pockets of up to 60. In this, we did have a 63 mile per hour wind gust per mesonet, which makes sense. I'm going to take a look at METAR in this area. METAR. This will be a METAR near Watonga we want to watch too. Let's get back up to Tulsa radar. Up towards Washington and Osage counties, where we do have a pocket of strong wind. Pockets, excuse me. Right here in that black circle, that's going to be a pocket of strong winds. I kind of horribly drew that. Not an artist. But that is a pocket of strong wind, and right there. And maybe some localized pockets in that third blue circle there. So those are strong wind areas that I'm looking at. And we have a gust front ahead of the storm, extending from Dewey up towards Cleveland. Roof damage and power out in Pawhuska. I think I already reported that at some point. They did downgrade that. I think that's the best move they did. We do also still have that considerable. Yeah, I would love to stream full time. I would love to stream full time. Actually, I want to go storm chasing full time for a little bit and see if I can handle that. Just the amount of storms in the Wichita Metro today has been insane. Heavy rain, such heavy rain, we're seeing increased flooding in this area as well. So there's that increased flooding risk. I think there was a report of 4 inches, and if that was correct, I mean not 4 inches, 4 foot. I don't want to confirm that I saw that, but there was a report at some point today that was 4 inches. If it's correct, 4 inches, 4 foot. You're saying 4 inches because, you know, not a lot of times you get 4 foot of rain in a day. But if I saw that report correctly, they'll upgrade this flash flood warning to a flash flood emergency. Alright, let's go back to Tulsa. No. Advance. We still have multiple pockets here of damaging wind. Camargo down to southeast Leedy. I'll make sure that's even part of the storm. And possibly to the southwest. I don't really think that's going to be a big issue there, but could be. As of 10 minutes ago, we did have a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust in Wichita. It's certainly good news that it's not 80-something, but and this is that report right here. KS, or Kansas Storm Info, estimates 60-65 in B-sized, P2 dime-sized hail. So there's that. We'll have a new tornado watch in the next 30 minutes, by the way. We do also have penny-sized hail, so thankfully we are... I see that, and I see that. Also up here too. 1 inch hail per public. Thankfully we're not seeing significant hail, which was a thought today. What could be a concern. Let's go back to the NWS Tulsa. They did cancel the severe thunderstorm warnings for Shidler, Fairfax areas. It's in a stable air environment. You have this out, and then right behind it is this. The first one stabilizes the air, and there you go. You'll have that air, so your storm in the behind will weaken. The trailing storm. We now have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Lenapaw, Delaware, Nowata, New Alwee, Chelsea, Foyle, Oologah, Talala, Vera, Ramona, Fan, South Coffeyville, and Centralia. You guys are under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning at this time. Alright, let's go to VNX radar. I'm gonna take a look at eggs, see if they've reissued that tornado watch. No, I think it'll be reissued by 9:45. I think they'll reissue, but not yet. Now I want to make sure they did say tornado watch. Kind of surprises me if it goes too far, a little further south. A general increase in thunderstorm coverage is expected. A new watch. Okay, excuse me, it's severe thunderstorm watch. I did read that wrong. A new watch will likely be issued prior to the expiration of Tornado Watch 429 at 03Z. 03Z is 10 p.m. We're at 0225Z. I'd go with severe thunderstorm watch if I was to SPC on this one. So, let's take a look back at the severe thunderstorm warning here. There is a damaging wind south of Cherokee along US 64. Yes, US 64. Sorry, that's we did go back to destructive. Okay. Up towards Watonga, they did go destructive. Oakwood, Thomas Custer City. This is a destructive storm. You need to be in the innermost center part of your house in a sturdy building. For 80-mile-per-hour winds and $half size hail. Innermost center part of your house in a sturdy building, avoid windows. It's not one of those you need to be in your basement or storm cellar, but kind of be inner part of your house. If you are in a mobile home, the same goes for mobile homes. Get out of the mobile home. It's a dangerous spot to be in this type of wind. Mobile homes can easily flip in the mobile homes can easily flip in this wind. So again, this is something you guys really need to be out of mobile homes for. Out of cars would be best. Cars can be overturned in this as well. So that's where that comes in. I'm halfway surprised. Unless it's... Oh, no. All of it's radar indicated. Okay. That could make sense. That makes sense. Excuse me. There we go. Had to do something real quickly. Okay, we can still see that guy's front. Sorry, things are insane. So, again, this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I want to go ahead and get the bigger portion of the storm here. These are our only considerable severe thunderstorm warnings and destructive warnings. Let's move back to VNX radar. Probably near. We're going to go ahead and switch radars. We're at that point where I do feel safe enough to they did replace that. They are going to replace the tornado watch with a severe thunderstorm watch. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I had to do something. Now that I do have to post. Tulsa, you're under a special weather statement. So, with me being in a watch, I do need to kind of make a post on it. A couple tornadoes possible, 2-inch hail, and 85-mile-per-hour winds in this cell. So give me 1 second, I am going to have to do a local thing for this. This does include cities like Oklahoma City, Chickasha, Enid, Stillwater, Arkansas City, Joplin, Fayetteville, Muskogee, Tulsa, Bartlesville. Those are the cities in this. So, now with that being put out, there's a chance I do lose power. I am aware. If I do lose power, guys, don't worry. There are other streamers, hopefully, streaming at that time. Or if I have to be out storm chasing, you guys will see it because I'll post it for you guys. So. Sorry about that. So, this is that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look at that severe thunderstorm watch. This is that new severe thunderstorm watch that does include parts of Wichita, Arkansas City, Joplin, Fayetteville, Bartlesville, Tulsa, Muskogee, Stillwater, Enid, Oklahoma City, and Chickasha. So there you go. There's that new watch. Alright, let's go back to radar. No, specifically Tulsa. Tulsa, you are going to see some wind. These are considerable. These are not destructive. Here. So that's your, let's go back, if I'm not doing, let's go back to the severe thunderstorm in they did extend that considerable severe thunderstorm warning towards Kingfisher, Hennessy, Dover, Watonga, Loyal, Greenfield, Wacomice, Bison, Fairmont, Douglas, Isabella, Fairview. They did extend that considerable severe thunderstorm warning for you, just so you're aware. So, I think I'm gonna to get back. Um, I do need to prepare to chase. Give me a second. I need to get my radar phone and get that prepped just really quickly. Sorry about that, everyone. Had to do something and it took a little bit longer than I thought. And we do have a tornado warning. Just perfect timing, by the way. So... I need to switch to this radar. This is north of Enid, so Enid, you guys are fine. Kingsdale, this is just to the south of you as well. Multiple spin-ups actually along this line. Spin-ups all along this line here. So this is Grant and Garfield counties. You are Kremlin. You guys are under this tornado warning as well. So, maybe some trying to develop there as well. And this is 4 minutes to that severe thunderstorm. That tornado watch expires in 8 minutes. Just so you guys are aware. And I do see this being an issue there, an embedded supercell. I see that being a big issue. Again, this is a tornado warning. So, innermost center part of your house, Pond Creek, Kremlin, Hillsdale. Innermost center part of your house is started building. Avoid windows if you're outdoors or in a mobile home. Seek shelter in the closest substantial shelter. If you're in a mobile home, evacuate immediately. Do not be in that mobile home. That is the worst place to be in a tornado. Mobile homes and cars are the worst place to be during tornadoes. This is not on the ground at this time. This could produce a weak and brief tornado, or this could produce a weaker and weak tornado kind of long-lived for the type of tornado. So I'm tracking 2-3 areas of rotation here and here. Those are the 3 areas I am looking at. So and we do have a confirmed tornado. Broadcast media? I'm literally watching broadcast media right now. What do you mean? There's not a tornado. Oh, near Isabella, probably. So we do have 2 areas we are watching closely with a confirmed tornado as well on your southern cell. So, alright, I need to get my radar phone. I'll be right back. We have a new tornado warning. Sorry about that. So I'm going to have to open a new radar. They did confirm the northern Kremlin cell. So we have two confirmed tornadoes. We also have a rotation here on the Canadian Blaine and Kingfisher counties. I'm gonna get me a Dr. Pepper. So I'm gonna have a long night here in the weather center tonight, so. This is still broad rotation. Do we have a debris ball? It must be emergency management. Okay. I like after Kingfisher how I have to switch radars immediately. It's broad. There's a little bit there. That right there. If it's on the ground, this is where it's at right there. That is where it's at if it is on the ground right now. So that's where your tornado would be. Mistake. Also, my face cam just went crazy. There we go. So, we do have 3 tornado warnings. So these are your only tornadic cells. Sorry, a lot of attention to side screens for now. Excuse me. Oh, we do have a big rotation here. Some broad rotation there. It's broad, but they want it warned. Also towards Ames, we have a little bit of rotation. Very weak rotation here. This cell is heading towards Enid. I do want to say this cell is heading towards and/or to the south of Enid. So, it's broad rotation. It's nothing too significant at this time. I wouldn't be surprised if that's on the ground there, possibly. Heading towards Lamont. Salt Fork, Hunter. They need to extend that tornado warning there. Also, watching this discrete cell, I'm terrified for what it's going to hold. I'm really terrified for what it's going to hold. So I'm kind of terrified what these cells in El Reno are going to do. Take a look at the SPC meso analysis. Nah, it's nothing to go crazy about. So these are your currently 3 tornado warnings, only tornado warnings. Excuse me. They did go towards Blackwell. Blackwell, you are now in a tornado warning. Tonkawa, you guys are as well. So, okay, I need to be getting ready to go out tonight. How fast are these storms moving? 60, okay. Mile a minute. So, and this is an observed tornado heading towards Lamont. This is, again, observed tornado. It's on the ground doing damage. We can confirm this. Take a look back down here. We do have some broad rotation again. Still continuing to the southwest of Kingfisher. It's going to be to the south of Oklahoma Highway 3 and to the west of US Highway 81. This isn't the most significant storm. Excuse me, everyone. Sorry about that. I gotta go use restroom. Give me a minute, half, 2 minutes. Sorry about that. I had to use restroom. I'm back. Some rotation near to the southwest of Lamont. I'm not. I don't think it's on the ground. So again, this is the only confirmed tornado warning. We're watching all these other cells as well. Watching that El Reno storm, but I'm not too concerned about it until it gets, you know, sucked into the line. Let's go up to Tulsa radar, where we still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Centralia. For 1 inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So, this is a confirmed tornado in near Ponca City. Let's take a look at that. I think it's gusting out. I don't think, my personal thoughts, on that cell is it does not continue to produce, but it can. Sorry about that, everyone. I do want to go south to Oklahoma City radar to point out this gust front. That gust front kills that tornado threat beyond that gust front. So the gust front looks to extend from South Kingfisher. That blue line is that gust front. If that is right, anything here cannot produce a tornado. Excuse me, won't produce a tornado. The Enid, you are now under a tornado warning. Get back up to Vance AFB. Enid, you are now under a tornado warning. Garber, Covington, Perry, Billings, Douglas, Fairmont, Lucene. So this is going to be now a tornado warning for the town of Enid. It'd be crazy if they replaced with a tornado watch. Which I did say severe thunderstorm watch in this situation, but I think I'm wrong. I think I'm way wrong. So So, these are your 4 tornado warnings. One is confirmed, however, I don't think it's on the ground anymore. So, rotation to the south of north, excuse me. So, and I highly doubt it is on the ground. This new considerable severe thunderstorm warning does include OKC Metro. Let's take a look at that now. Alright, it does now include the OKC Metro. 70-mile-per-hour winds. So, I'll be right back. I'm sorry I'm taking a lot of delays here. I'm prepping for a storm chase right now. So I'm kind of doing a lot of observations for my location because I am preparing a storm chase. Be right back. I'm so sorry about that. Again, I am preparing a storm chase. And so that is insane. So right now I am preparing for a storm chase. Edmond, you are under a tornado warning. North Oklahoma City. This does include Edmond, areas as of Edmond. This does mean a lot of your news stations are going to forget any tornado warning to the north of it. A lot of news stations just forget every tornado warning. That is why I'm going to focus more on the northern two tornado warnings, because most of your news stations abandoned these two other warnings. But it is worth noting, hey, we do have that ongoing. Actually, this cell's the one heading for me. So we do have 3 tornado warnings active here. I messed up. Give me 1 second. Graphics. No. Graphics on YT link bio. Okay. Sorry, I had to set that. We do have 3 tornado warnings. Let's take a look at Vance Air Force Base radar. We do have it gusting out here. Heavy precip noted on Tom Strano's stream. I do watch these side views as well, because storm chasers are really amazing. Rotation right there. Weak rotation there. To the south of Tonkawa. Up towards Billings. We have rotation all along this little line here, and then we're going to continue south into North Oklahoma City towards the Edmond area, Arcadia, where we do have a tornado warning for this area and broken radar. I do want to mention that I do believe we have a gust front right here, which would kill this tornado threat. I do believe that is gust front, but we're still seeing that tornado warning continues, so I'm not downplaying, and we're still seeing significant shear. If radar was working, we'd see shear rate still there, So that tells me, hey, that gust front's doing nothing at this point. It's right on that gust front, and that is perfect for a tornado. I mean, perfect for a tornado. So, um, that's for watching north. This does not include downtown Oklahoma City. This is Edmond to the north, North Piedmont, Cashin, Seward. This will be moving towards Luther, Kearney, Chandler, Sparks, Strout, Boley, Prague, Meeker, Johnson. This will be heading towards you guys. Eventually, if it can hold, I like to forecast a little bit further out than I probably should. We're going to do a 2-hour track here, making its way into Henrietta about midnight. Same thing with Tulsa, about midnight. You guys are going to be impacted by the second wave of storms. You've already had that first wave. Here's the thing, this is, there has been no rain cold air in this area. Does this area provide the ample dynamics to produce? That is the question. Shear is my only question on this cell in north of Oklahoma, in North Oklahoma County. I'll be right back. Took me long enough to use the restroom, but here I am. We still have a rotating wall cloud. We have a lot of down cape though, so. Again, if we do get, when I do leave for my chase, if we do have a tornado warning, we will be live here on YouTube. Other than that, there's a chance we're about to end, so I can get ready in position for my department or my crew. I'm in a localized crew, so we get to choose wherever we want to go. It's just you kind of communicate what you see, things like that, so they can get it off. Just a friend group at this point. Seeing that gust front though. Again, once this passes Oklahoma City, we're probably going to end the stream, so I can storm chase tonight. I just want to make sure it gets through the Oklahoma City metro without any major incidents. This is normal Oklahoma after dark. They are going to continue that tornado warning, by the way. And it is in this area just to the southwest of Seward. So, again, this is Edmond, Oklahoma. We are watching these tornado warning. Let's go back up to VNX radar. We do have multiple areas of rotation, but I don't know why radar looks horrible tonight. So, again, this is, we also, I think Brandon Wells has a funnel cloud just to the north of Edmond. Yeah, that'd be right. Okay. Not Brandon Wells, but the other Brandon, News 9 Brandon. Alright, let's get back to Oklahoma City. Radar. So, and this is the one cell that we were watching closely. Let's go back to north, where we do have a new tornado warning for Ponca City. It's a broad rotation to the southwest of Ponca City, and I do believe here shortly the National Weather Service also will issue a tornado warning for Burbank and McCord. If you're in Burbank and McCord, go ahead and take your tornado precautions now. It's a matter of time till when they issue it. It's going to be a close call for both of you guys. So, you guys need to go ahead and take your tornado precautions now. On June 17th, 2023, a major derecho moved through the Tulsa metro. We could see hurricane force winds in this. 2 years ago, we saw this. We could see this again. Just so you guys are aware. So, these are the active tornado warnings. Let's take our radar back south towards the Oklahoma City radar. On this, I don't know how it's surviving rotation. That's what we're going to call this rotation is. I don't know how it's surviving, but it's surviving. Oh, Kima in an hour. So you guys know, Kima, go ahead and prepare just in case this tornado warning does get extended. You'll see that tornado warning, I do believe. If they extend it, they'll extend it like this. That's a little generous. That would be your new tornado warning if they extend. And I do believe they extend on that. I'm also watching this stuff popping up here. This can, these are in that environment. They can go off and start producing. So, I'm not totally sold on this tornado warning here. They may not, NWS and Tulsa might not go with a tornado warning, which will kind of surprise me. If they don't go tornado. So, we also see a surging up here to the northeast of Perry as well, southwest of Red Rock, or basically south of Red Rock. We're watching that as well. So I do want to see if this storm ever did leave a... Yeah, it did leave an OFB. Okay, so what this OFB is, I do want to point out, this is an outflow boundary. If this outflow boundary continues to push south, when the storms get to like right here, anything in here will not be tornadic. Unless that outflow boundary can weaken. So, go back to TLX radar, and I do think that tornado threat on this storm is dying. We'll see what the NWS does to that warning. We're watching these 4 tornado warnings closely. I'm not confident in these 2 tornado warnings, and I'm confident in this one though. And this is North OKC Metro. I am certainly surprised the NWS Tulsa has refrained from tornado warning this area here. I'm decently surprised. Now it'll be like a warning here. I think that would be your warning there if they issue. But I'm starting to lose doubt. They reissue Chandler, you are under a tornado warning. We'll take a look at that in a minute. With that in mind, I should probably get ready to chase. We're going to do rundown of all tornado warnings, and I got to get ready to go out in the field tonight. I'm sorry this stream will end a little bit prematurely. I am sorry about that. We don't usually do this, however, again, I do a lot of storm chasing here locally. I hate to chase at night, but, you know, we're just here at this point. Thank you guys for tuning in. If I don't go out chasing, I'll come back for you guys. And if we see something really crazy, you guys will see it firsthand. I do think that your destructive 80, 90, 100, let me rephrase that. Your destructive 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts are really low chance of that. But I am monitoring that really closely. With this being in mind, guys, I would love to say thank you guys for tuning in. Sorry we're going to be amateurly leaving. But again, I am going to be out chasing tonight. Alright, let's start with all tornado warnings and let's go north. If you guys have a tornado warning, have multiple ways to receive warnings tonight, especially in eastern Oklahoma. Let's go over all tornado warnings, and then I'm going to go ahead and end so I can go out chasing tonight. This video will be deleted after I'm done tonight, but you know. Alright, Punk City, you do have a severe tornado warning. The rotation is just here south. It's going to be moving towards Call City and Scheidler. Scheidler in 30 minutes. So you guys need to be go ahead and getting ready for your tornado safe place now. As we move south towards Perry. Perry, you guys can come out of your tornado safe place. Lucian, you guys too. You guys come out of your tornado safe place tonight. Red Rock staying at Sumner. You have some rotation right over you guys. Morrison, stay in your safe place. And Glencoe, stay in your safe place. We're going to move south towards Chandler, Luther, Kearney, Welliston, Fallis, Kendrick, and Meeker. That tornado warning still in effect. This tornado warning does go for the next 27 minutes. Chandler, you guys need to be in your safe place. Respect the polygons tonight. I'm going to refer you guys to KFOR news or News 9 news, and if you are in eastern Oklahoma, I refer you guys to News on 6 and Fox 23. Those are the two best in that viewing area. Alright, I'm out. Thank you guys for tuning in. Sorry for ending early, but I need to get prepared. So see you guys next time, next